Sides Now, Pat Martino. Ayako, name of that tune. Also in that set, Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jeff Beck. Was just really glad I could do all that for you. Right on. Anyway, we got the Blues Palace getting ready to start up here. Tom Addis is just like really ready. I think he'd be ready to take off in the space shuttle if I'd let him. But we're going to end this thing with some Boz Scaggs. Hey, kind of on the blues side of things, you know. And this tune's called Early in the Morning. Indeed. You're listening to KMHD. Hang out. The Blues Palace coming your way next.
Yeah. There's also there's a bud mod on the regular agenda about it. They can talk to the bud mod, or we can...
There is a bud mod?
Yeah. Let's see.
I thought that was it.
The R8. Isn't that the same thing? Let's just pull it off. It's an interesting thing. Let's pull it off and talk about it. C3.
Yeah, I'm missing R8, I guess.
R8's the bud mod.
Oh, okay.
Do you need a copy?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I guess
Is that the same thing?
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Should we just do the consent calendar and then they can speak at the bud mod?
Yeah.
Simple. Okay. Okay, you ready? Okay. Board of County Commissioners is now in session. I want to welcome everybody to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners and acknowledge that this is Commissioner Salton's last meeting. We appreciate his service to the county. And we'll start with a request for the consent agenda, please.
Move approval.
Second.
Commissioner Kelly moves, Commissioner Hanson seconds. All in favor of adopting the consent calendar will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The consent calendar is adopted. And I want to announce that this morning we have appointed Eloise Berry and Krista Griffith to the Jobs Plus Implementation Council. We have appointed Connie Field to the Animal Control Advisory Committee, and we have reappointed Terry Nadeau to the Library Advisory Board. And we want to thank all those citizens for their volunteer service to the county. Okay.
Under regular agenda, R1, public comment, opportunity for public comment on non-agenda matters, testimony limited to 3 minutes per person. I have no card.
Okay. If there's anybody here to testify on any item, you need to pick a card up and bring it up to the front. And we'll be glad to hear from you.
Under Department of Support Services, R2, resolution adopting uninsured motorist coverage limit of liability for Multnomah County.
Approval.
Second.
Mr. Kelly moves, Mr. Sullivan seconds. Welcome, Jean.
Jean Miley, Almost County Risk Management. I would like to substitute a minor correction to this resolution. I have copies for you. Substituting. Or Okay. The purpose of this resolution is basically just to confirm the county's longstanding policy about uninsured motorist coverage. And under state law, we're required to provide certain limits. And this resolution will say that we provide the limits, the minimum limits required. This comes up in a situation where we may be transporting someone or otherwise transporting a person in one of our vehicles where an uninsured motorist drives into us. So basically what it does is it continues the county's policy of only being responsible in its liability fund for those things for which it truly has liability. Under state law, this is what our liability would be in that circumstance if an uninsured motorist drove into us. And we would pay up to those limits to a third party who might be injured in that circumstance. Our own employees would be covered by workers' compensation if they were driving one of our vehicles. It comes up very rarely, but when it does, it's nice to have the policy clarified. In addition, it says that you will not provide personal injury protection benefits. Those are no-fault benefits. Again, we only want to provide things for which we are legally obligated to provide benefits and not just issue checks if we were not at fault. So that's the purpose of this. The correction drops the reference to underinsured, which was just confusing and not covered by the law.
Okay, other questions? Can I assume that the mover and seconder will agree to substitute the resolution? You can. Okay, thank you. I don't remember who they were, but over there. Okay. All in favor of this substituted resolution will say aye. Aye. Opposed? The resolution is adopted. Thank you, Jane.
Do you have the original, Jean? Under Department of Juvenile and Adult Community Justice, R3, Intergovernmental Agreement 700648 with the Marion County to rent 25 secure residential substance abuse treatment beds for male and female offenders in the Marion County Corrections Facility.
Move approval.
Second.
Commissioner Kelly moves. Commissioner Salson seconds. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I'm Tishner McBride, and this is Michael Hanks with the department. And this intergovernmental agreement addresses the issue. This is the third tier of the 75 beds that the board approved for our budget last spring. And this brings in the last of the 75 beds for the remainder of this fiscal year with Marion County because they're secure jail beds.
Questions? Okay,
This is just for the remainder of the fiscal year?
Well, it actually will go into the future if we need it to, but as I mentioned to you all a month or so ago when I was here, we're not sure when the new jail facility and our adjacent alcohol and drug treatment center will be built, so we're going to just keep on top of it and utilize it as we need to with y'all's approval.
So Marion County has space that they can comfortably make available to us?
As long as we need it, basically, yes.
Great.
And they provide the treatment component. Is that something that is a treatment methodology that we believe is effective and that we have some oversight over?
Yes, it highly incorporates a process that we believe is very important in terms of addressing the cognitive and behavior aspects of the offenders as well as the alcohol and drug substance use problems that they have.
Great.
So we're quite pleased with that.
This is really important, and I think this is really the initiative of Commissioner Kelly is during the budget process to get these 75 beds since we were ready to go. And I think it's critical. Commissioner Kelly and Sheriff Nolley and I were in a meeting just yesterday, I think, talking about the importance of having secure alcohol and drug facilities for making 1145 work. And this isn't the whole way there, but this is a very important component.
Yeah, it's a critical missing component.
Yeah, that we need to have that indication that judges really want to send people to this.
Yeah.
There's a building consensus in the critical nature of the alcohol and drug treatment, either secure or not secure, but we don't have a secure facility.
Yeah, we very much appreciate that you added that to our budget for us to be able to do this.
Yeah, very important. Thank you.
Thank you for your good work.
Okay, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed? The intergovernmental agreement is approved. Thank you.
Under Sheriff's Office, R4 is a briefing on the status of the radio tower site.
Okay, this is a briefing. This is not an action item. However, at the conclusion of the action item, if I get the proper nods from the board, I will, in front of the sheriff, sign this letter.
Thank you. Everybody please nod. Dan Noley from the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. Basically, I think we've been making some really good progress, and I just wanted to update you on that progress. We have selected a company by the name of Kitchell and KMD as the architect, and Barney and Worth as the company who will help us develop the master plan for the new site. The second issue is that from our side, although Community Corrections hasn't identified their program manager, we have identified a lieutenant by the name of Bobby Luna. I had actually intended to bring her here today and introduce her to you, who will be the commander of our new facility. Bobby will also chair the neighborhood working group. We are compiling the names now of that citizens working group, and that citizens working group is the group who will help us work with the community to do the final development and design of the new facility. Where we are in terms of the process right now is that, as you know, we selected the radio tower site in August and brought that decision to the Board of County Commissioners. You asked us then to enter into negotiations with the Port of Portland to help us in developing the radio tower site. And we've been doing that. We've been having some regular meetings with their staff, and matter of fact, Dave Lohman is here with me today to help answer any questions in regards to their issues. We actually met and discussed 3 issues with them. The first issue that we worked through with them was legal assistance, because they basically have done a lot of this kind of work in the past. We asked them to help us identify some good legal assistance. They have identified one of the leading experts in the field in this area and offered to allow us to use that person to help us move this project forward. Secondly, we know that the mitigation of this site is important. We agreed to do better than the legal minimum requirement. That was a part of our agreement with our Siting Advisory Committee on the new site. And, but we are buying 90 acres and going to use about 25 acres. We did not have a need for all the mitigation. The port has offered to purchase what is called a conservation easement. And with that conservation easement, that will assist us in the actual using all of that land and bringing all of the rest of the land up to better than standard mitigation. Their offer at this point is that they would purchase easements to no less than 10 acres because they need some minimum amount to make it work for them, and about 30 acres if that's available. So I think someplace in that area that will help us tie up all the mitigation there, and our plan is really to do that, do a really good job of that conservation easement. I think that's really important to bring the environmental community along. They have to know that there's going to be a win in this for them, and although they may oppose the fill permit, a lot of environmental groups want to be involved in that conservation easement. It is also my intent that once we're finished with the site and the mitigation that the county has required there, that my hope is that we, the county, and you would obviously make this decision, but it would be my hope that either you or a future board would turn over the remaining portion of the land that we're not using to some kind of a nature conservancy group to actually manage that wetland. The last piece is the fill, and this is the tremendous advantage that the port brings to the county in terms of doing the fill out there. They have tentatively agreed to provide us dredge fill and help us with the moving of the least cost dredge fill to the radio tower site, and my guess is that we're going to save at least $1 to $1.8 million just in that agreement alone. So with that, what I've asked the chair to do is ask facilities to or to send a letter to the Port of Portland, kind of outlining this agreement, and then with that, my hope is that facilities will begin to move towards finalizing a purchase contingent upon our being able to make this site work.
Okay. Questions? And we do have Dave Lomas from the port here, if you have additional questions for him. Commissioner Haynes?
Well, not a question, but at some point I would like to have somebody from staff come by and talk about the overall budget of the project. My principal concern is the escalation of construction costs because of the amount of time that it is taking, just so that we can be real assured of the dollars and cents still penciling out and still working.
Yeah.
And this obviously is, with a decrease in the cost or savings on the fill, that's obviously a real help in terms of still making sure this project can come in on time and under budget. Well, on time is probably a little rougher, but I know we've built in some good contingencies on it from the start. But I think we need to constantly be monitoring that the budget in relationship to the timeline that's occurring.
That's a piece of what we have been working with Kitchell and K&D, and I'm sure that we can have a couple of those people come by and kind of give you a more definitive briefing. I did not bring them today, and I'm not prepared to do that kind of a briefing today. It's very important to me, though, that we keep these projects on time and on budget.
Questions or comments? Commissioner Keller?
I appreciate all the work and all the good planning, and obviously we can assume that all this is done so that we can reach some agreement with the state agencies. At what point in time do you think we'll get some final agreement or some releases from all the agencies who have to agree that this makes sense?
Well, the actual fill permit process is a very intense process, and it requires an alternatives analysis. And the alternatives analysis means that we, as the people applying for the permit, have to go back and demonstrate to the Corps of Engineers and the State Department of Lands that we've looked at every other alternative site that wouldn't require fill, and that we've been able to establish that this is the site that we need to fill. It's a very intense process. It takes a lot of time and preparation to do that. That's what we brought the consulting firm on to help us work through. The port has the best experience in the area in doing that, and at least one of their people told me that they assume that it will take about a year to do this and complete all this process, so that by the time we take that to the Corps of Engineers and get their approval, we will probably have an ironclad case, because that's what they're going to demand of us, that this is the right site.
If I could, so you have another year before you get approval by some of the state agencies, and following that, you have to go through a local permitting process. And following that, there's a construction process. Have you got some timelines that, you know, that we could all see at some point in the future? Because Gary's right, too, about the financial parts of this. So if we could see something in writing, then we could, I think we'd all get a better idea about all of this.
Yeah, I will have the same group come by and brief you, but what I'm understanding right now is we're probably a year away from getting the fill permit. Once we have the fill permit, the fill is actually technically a very simple process in terms of actually doing it. And then we're doing a complete master plan for the city as a part of our development for this. So we should have that will all be done during this year. So we should be ready to move forward relatively quickly once we have that fill permit. And then my experience from looking at the other construction projects is that we're a year and a half away from actually opening the doors once we get the fill permit. So I would say probably my best guess right now is 2.5 years from opening doors and having inmates in the facility. And that is a piece of why the issue you were talking about before about trying to figure out how to do the drug and alcohol treatment in the interim is so important.
Thanks. Commissioner Salton?
Did I understand you to say that we will be able to accomplish our needed mitigation on the same property, on
Yes.
the remainder of the land?
Yes, we plan to set aside our mitigation, and the port is, the piece of the agreement that they're bringing to us is to pick up the remainder of the site as because they also need mitigation in that area.
Okay. I wanted to say that I really appreciate the work of the Port of Portland and Dave and Mike and the sheriff in working through this complicated sort of scenario that we've mapped out for ourselves, and that I'm very happy to sign the letter and get this moving to the next step, and hope that we can bring this to completion satisfactorily. So
Great.
thanks.
We appreciate it.
Sign the letter, and Dave, you can have it. We'll save the county 32 cents here.
I'm always willing to stay firm.
We want to transfer it to his budget.
Okay, all in favor, oh, there isn't any, that's right.
The next item is another non-vote item. Presentation of the Columbia River Gleason Boat Ramp Broughton Beach Master Plan, presented by the Sheriff's River Patrol Unit, staff from Facilities Management, the Oregon State Marine Board, and Metro. Come on up.
Come on up. Morning.
I am Terry Jones. I'm really Dennis Fitz. Terry Jones is at the FBI Academy, and Terry is the lieutenant of the River Patrol, but he'll be gone for 3 months. Part of the overall plan for redesigning and rebuilding the Gleason Boat Ramp, which is located at 42nd Marine Drive, is obviously the rebuilding of the River Patrol office. That office was originally built in I believe it was 1969. It only has 2,700 square feet in that building, and that does include a generator shed and an attic area above the office itself. It was originally designed to serve about 6 officers, and at that time they were all male officers. Now we have females assigned to River Patrol, and in fact presently today the female officer assigned to that office, because there's only 1 restroom and there's only 6 lockers in that entire building, it's not very conducive to that arrangement. That building, if they do tear it down as a result of the reconstruction of the entire 42nd Street ramp, needs to be about 3 times that big. We have 1 service bay that we service boats in. We do our own work on all of our boats, and incidentally, Mercury Marine Corporation, which is also Mercruiser, I think we're one of 2 law enforcement agencies in the entire United States that they have actually made us an authorized service center, so that we do our own warranty work. They pay us for the warranty work. We are able to buy direct from Mercruiser. We don't have to rely on the private sector, and most of our maintenance has to be done immediately. When somebody comes in with a boat that's broken, we don't have to wait 2 weeks to get work done on it. So we need those service areas, and we have 1 shop right now that a boat can go in to be maintained. We have another garage, but it's so low because of the heights of the boats, we can't get it through the opening in the door. The same thing applies to the boathouses that we have, which are all very old. They're built on logs, which is ideal in building boathouses or house boats. But again, these are so low that if we're not careful in one of them, we'll scrape the antenna right off the roof, the radar antenna on that particular boat. The opening is not high enough for us to get in there. They're very old, they require constant maintenance, and we only have 4. We need an additional 1, and we're thinking in terms of 1 large facility, which would also include the Port of Portland Fire Crash Boat to participate with us. They are down there now next to our boathouses, and that has enhanced our ability to respond on emergencies. Next door to the River Patrol right now is a piece of property that's owned, I believe it's still owned by the Port of Portland, somewhere between the port and Metro. It used to be a marine facility for repairing boats and engines. It was Portage Marine. There is a piece of property or a building on that piece of property now, but it also needs to come down. But it would be an ideal spot for River Patrol because when we had the 96 floods, our shop was under 3 feet of water in the shop, and we were about 6 inches from the water actually entering into the office area, which fortunately is up higher. That whole piece of property is about 5 feet higher. So I think that's the area that everybody has been given consideration to, looking at that just due to the fact that it is higher. But again, getting back to our building, we need a building that's 3 times as large just to house the summer help, especially when we have between 13 and 16 officers, and we're going between 8 in the morning and 2 in the morning, over 16 hours a day. We don't have locker facilities, and we don't have facilities for both men and women. We don't have access right now to handicap at all. There is no way to enter that building for somebody who is confined to a wheelchair. So I'm not in a position here today to talk about anything other than just where we are at with that building. The winter months right now, we are down to 6 people assigned to the Columbia office and 4 people assigned to the Willamette office, and the Willamette office is not an issue here right now. But we are in the way of the overall plan for the rebuilding of the entire 42nd Street boat ramp. In addition to the fact if we have another flood, we're going to work off of Topper Marine Drive like we did before. We literally parked our cars in Marine Drive and boated across the parking lot in a boat to a boathouse, and that's where our office was. It's the only way we could function at that time.
Okay, and are there others that you wish to have presented?
Well, I thought there was somebody from the Port of Portland or Metro.
Charlie's here.
Metro?
Yeah.
There's Charlie right there.
You want to
See
make
him
any
back. Yes,
comments?
they need to be addressing this too.
Okay.
And I don't know, was there somebody from Marine Corps?
Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Nice to be back. We actually are prepared, if you're interested, to give you an overview of the entire master plan and see how the Sheriff's River Patrol office is affected and where its relocation would be proposed. This planning process has been ongoing now for approximately a year. Our partners are the Port of Portland, the Oregon State Marine Board, and Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. And Terry Jones, as Sergeant Fitz had mentioned, has been the representative from the Sheriff's Office on the Project Planning Committee. The Marine Board is very interested in reconstructing this boat ramp because, as you know, the number of boats in the Portland metro area continues to increase with the population, and the Willamette and the Columbia Rivers are the prime recreational waters for these boat owners. Several years ago, you probably remember that we constructed and opened Chinook Landing, and within several months after we opened that facility on prime summer weekend days and holidays, that facility is regularly filled by approximately 10:30 or 11 in the morning, and we have to close the gates and go to one vehicle in and one vehicle out. So the importance of this facility is highlighted by the growing need and the lack of additional land for new boater facilities right in this particular stretch of river. So with that brief introduction, I would turn it over to Barrett Stevenson, who is the manager of this project. Barrett? And I'll introduce Suzanne Cromer, who you might remember, who's their operations and maintenance manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Barrett Stevenson with Metro, and I've been heading up this project, this master plan, and as Charlie indicated, we have partners that we've put together and have been working on this for about a year. We identified several reasons to look at this site and identified 2 primary goals, and I'll talk about those a little bit. First was boater access, and again, Charlie touched on that. The existing boat ramp was built in the late 50s and is just pretty old and worn out. It is also very busy during the summer season, and again, gets closed down early in the morning on those busy days. In addition to just the condition of the boat ramp and the docks and those facilities, we identified a severe handicap with the layout of the parking situation. you can see that the main entrance is right into the throat of the boat ramp. So this configuration where you have people coming off of Marine Drive, going right into the boat ramp just causes all kinds of confusion, and it's very inefficient. So
I'd like to add to that, it causes a lot of traffic accidents. We're constantly having rear-end accidents because, as she says, cars will stop because of the congestion, and because of the rise coming up off of Marine Drive up to our level, we have a lot of rear-end accidents.
As he indicated, Marine Drive is obviously a pretty busy road, and without any signalization there, so you've got people with boat trailers trying to make that turn and get in there, and it causes a lot of problems. So anyway, we've identified safety issues with this configuration, this existing configuration, and efficiency issues. It's very hard to get the boats in and out of the water in an efficient manner with this situation. The other prime goal for Metro and the team working on this was to improve the beach situation. Bratton Beach starts here, and it goes for about a mile all the way down to Sea Scouts. And Metro is under a lease agreement. It is an underutilized resource. It's a beach that people do use now, but our goal is to basically change the tenor of the beach into something that's much more going to be pleasing to families to get down there. It is certainly a beach that could use that attention and more management. So the second prime goal was we recognize this as an underutilized resource, a very important beach resource. It is the only public beach between Kelly Point Park and Rooster Rock. That's a distance of about 30 miles. So there are not very many opportunities for people to get on a beach. This is an opportunity, but we need to do a better job of turning that beach around into a more family-oriented beach. So those were the two prime movers of our master plan: efficiency and safety, and really increasing boater access to the river, and to do a better job on this beach. And so now I'm going to flip over to the master plan. You've seen the existing conditions, and actually maybe I should go through this a little bit. Here's the existing River Patrol building, and you heard a little bit about the problems with that facility, that building right now. Metro owns and operates, obviously, the ramp. The two pieces of property that are owned by the port, and we are currently negotiating the transfer, are Portage Marina, right here, small, about an acre, a little over an acre, and then the beach. And we expect to complete that transaction, and then Metro would own those two parcels also. So there's the existing conditions, and now we'll flip over.
Can I add one more thing here that they really need to be aware of? As she explained, this is the River Patrol office. And right at the edge of this River Patrol office are two 1,000-gallon fuel tanks in ground that feed a fuel pump down here. That's how we gas all of our boats. We have a total of 11 boats. We're way beyond borrowed time on these fuel tanks right now. So that's another concern of ours.
We will flip to the master plan, the proposed master plan that we've put together, and again, it's our team. And I'll walk through it again I described three different elements to the proposed master plan. The first we'll start with is the boater access. What we've done is, we've got a new 5-lane ramp in approximately the same location. New debris barriers and docks and all the stuff that you need to support that boat ramp. We have
Why don't you move that all over there so the audience can hear who is some guests here. We want to see this picture too, and we can see it also.
Good idea.
You can move that one.
Yeah. I think you can see that.
So again, new boat ramp in approximately the same location with the related improvements. The new access point is right here. We've worked with Kittleson traffic analysis, and we identified that as the best location for access point. It works well because it's up on top of the hill, you get better sight lines, and it works quite a bit better. So if you are a boater, you would be coming in this way, and you have a long queuing line on site now until you get to a fee booth. This helped a lot with the problem that was identified with queuing along Marine Drive. So we're getting boats and trailers, traffic off of Marine Drive, and instead of queuing up on Marine Drive, they're on site, which helps quite a bit. New fee booth, the current situation is a kind of an honor system fee situation, and it is one that could certainly be improved. And so we've identified a fee booth here. At this point, after if you're a boater, you would continue around this way, and we've identified 5 ready areas, which are add a lot to the efficiency of getting a boat in the water quickly. And here's your ramp and you would go around and park. And we've added, it's actually not much, it's only about 20% increase in parking for boaters and boat trailers. Leaving the ramp is pretty simple too. You come around this way, get your car, back it up, put your boat. Now you've got a tie-down area, which helps again in the efficiency of getting boats in and out. And you would exit right through here. So, and of course, one of the improvements that is first on everybody's list is a restroom. Right now there is not a restroom, a permanent restroom. They use porta potties or temporary restroom facilities during the summer season, but obviously a restroom will please all users of the site. And Oregon State Marine Board is prepared, I understand, or understands that the improvements, the boating improvements, the cost for the boating improvements would come from them. Next, we have, next I think I'll talk about the River Patrol. The existing building would be right about here, and for several reasons, and you identified many of them, the current building is old, it's too small, will cost $400,000 to $450,000 to get it up to code and to make the improvements. But if you did all that, you're still basically in the wrong location to make this boating operation move pretty smoothly. So what we've done is to suggest that the new River Patrol be relocated, new building over here on the Portage Marine property. It is out of the floodplain. It's, as we said, 5 feet higher. During the 96 flood, this did not go underwater, so it will solve that problem. And of course, the related new facilities are the boathouse. And again, we're talking about one large boathouse, which would handle the boats you have now, and I think have a little bit of expansion.
Could give us one extra spot. That would also include the airport, Port of Portland Airport crash boat, and then give us an extra spot for, we have a citizen boat we have to pull in and secure it for them overnight. The other problem with the present location of our houseboats is that there's public access to those. We're constantly having minor break-ins. Fortunately, we're not losing big things, but that is the dock, and our houseboats are at that public dock right now, and these buildings are not super secure. They're alarmed, but that's kind of an after the fact, too, when we get there to find what's missing. We need to get those away from public access. The boats are, we're talking $60,000, $80,000 boats.
And then the last portion of the improvements relate to the beach. And what we've got here is we've added some additional parking, primarily for beach or day use. And so someone who is coming not to necessarily get their boat in and out of the water, but coming to enjoy it on the beach, does the same entry, goes through here, through the fee booth, and then goes to a separate parking area. What we learned during the planning process is it's nice to separate the beach users from the boat users. There can be conflict. Boat users want to get in and out of the water really quickly, and so it makes sense to separate those users as much as possible. So we've got parking, on-site parking for beach users. It solves another safety issue that we identified for beach users. Right now, what happens is there's a kind of an ad hoc parking lot right over here, people park along Marine Drive. They park where they're not supposed to, where it's signed no parking, there is some area that they are allowed to park on, but there's a lot of parking along Marine Drive. And then what happens is that folks are running across Marine Drive, which is, again, an unsignalized situation. And it's a very obvious safety hazard to have people running across Marine Drive, trying to get to the beach when you have trucks traveling quite a bit. The other situation that occurs is we've got the levee here, which protects the airport, and people cross Marine Drive, and then they go up over the levee, and they cause quite a bit of erosion and damage to the levee system. So our goal is to ultimately work with PDOT and with support and get, we would like to have the beach users parking on site. So that's that's the purpose of this parking lot. The beach users also would appreciate a restroom, and so we've located the restroom facility so it can be used conveniently by boaters and beach users. We've got two covered picnic areas, concessionaire pad. It's just basically concrete with some power and water so that during the summer season someone could set up to make concessions available. And let's see, one other thing I'd like to mention is the 40-mile bike trail, which actually currently exists starting right about here and going along the dike. BES has a plan to extend that bike trail from down Marine Drive, and their plan was to originally extend it on the airport side of Marine Drive to about here where the existing trail is, and cross Marine Drive, and they have in their plans to get some kind of signalization. It's uncertain exactly what it would be, but it could be a pedestrian or bike users activated signalization to make this crossing of this new extended 40-mile bike trail. And so we've been working with them and hope to change their plans slightly to improve the situation for everybody, and to hopefully coordinate the crossing down here where our new access would be, so we get some of the benefit of that signalization. And so another wonderful recreational element of this project, or this master plan, is this being able to extend the 40-mile bike trail and then get a crossing right here. So I think, now I'll talk a little bit about implementation. We plan to continue with some of the permitting and design issues probably over the next year and a half, and hopefully we'll be into doing some of the preliminary construction, which would be first to work on the access points off Marine Drive in 2 to 3 years. And again, the way it breaks down is that Metro would be funding the beach improvements. Those are approximately, for construction, about $1.5 million. We're looking to the Oregon State Marine Board to take care of the boating improvements, and it's about $1.5 million to $1.7 million, and we're hoping that Multnomah County will participate by funding the relocation of the Sheriff's Patrol building to this location. And I think we're at a construction cost of about $1.3 million for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the work and the presentation. Questions?
Just one question. That new parking area, is that going to take up part of the existing beach? Is that correct?
Yes, we would be going over the beach. The existing parking goes to about here, and so we would part of our plan would be to go ahead and work on the permitting aspects of that. We understand we'll have to go for an environmental review and get this. Yes, we would be putting parking on some portion of the beach.
And your master plan does include the entire beach, is that correct?
It includes, actually, we're kind of in the process of changing that slightly. We'll have a new, I know that you received a copy of the draft We just talked to the port recently, and the transaction may not, will probably, at this point, will not include the entire beach scouts, but it will go the first, let's say, 2,000 lineal feet, which includes most of the beach area where people go. Beyond that, it gets pretty rocky, and there's not much beach. And the port has indicated that they would like to maintain ownership of that property for a variety of reasons. And that seems to be perfectly appropriate and fine for us, since we're interested in the beach portion, which really is the first 2,000 or so lineal feet. So the next draft will indicate that change.
There's also some navigational equipment for the air guard unit that's still on that beach, and with this plan, it would really even cause indirectly some protection for that. Right now, they suffer a lot of vandalism at that. It's called a TRACON building. It's part of the landing approach system, and they're constantly suffering damage to that building for, I guess that amuses some people. This would actually provide some protection for that. It's a very important piece of the military's approach system there.
I think, Mr. could you explain in a little greater detail the financing mechanisms of this plan?
Sure. It's about $4.5 million, and that's our estimate at this point. An easy way of breaking that down is that Metro expects that they're responsible for the beach users' improvement, and that is about $800,000 of construction costs, and then we have to add another 25% to do design and permitting and all those additional elements. Oregon State Marine Board, we feel, and we've actually been working with them quite a bit, still would be responsible for the boaters' improvement, and that, pardon?
About
80% of the boaters' improvement. Metro up to come up with 20% match. Right. And that's about $1 million, construction costs, $1.4 million, and I believe what we're expecting from our Multnomah County partner would be the relocation of the sheriff's river patrol building and related boathouse, and I think that's about $1.4 million of construction costs only, and then we need to add another 25% to handle design and permitting.
Just one other question. Dennis, you talked about those tanks and the fact that they aren't as useful as they ought to be. I'm trying to put it politely. Did you calculate in that $1.3 million any possible pollution issues that might be attached to that, or moving them,
I have
or
not been
cleanup?
involved in that, and I don't know. I would have to defer to either the sheriff or Metro to see if that was taken into consideration. I know that we're constantly getting reminders from the county shops regarding those tanks. Right now, we are not up to code on the dispensing system, which is located in the farthest houseboat out. We're on kind of borrowed time there also, but it is our only point of fueling our boats and the Port of Portland's boat. We have to do something with those in the next couple of years. I mean, we are literally begging day by day, please leave us alone until this is decided what's going to go on here. We have not had any problems with our fuel tanks. They've been inspected regularly, but I know there is that requirement that we are going to have to do something with these. They are steel tanks that are in ground, each containing 1,000 gallons, and they are right on the edge of the river.
I'd like to suggest that we get some more specific details on the cost of construction, as well as various options for funding, that we should, maybe consider later on.
Yeah, this isn't in your current budget, is it?
I don't believe so, but again, I need to defer to Dan to that. I have not been involved in any part of that, Bev, other than just the issues surrounding our building and the most ideal site for us pulling boats out to get boats repaired and having immediate response to problems. We have problems in the parking lots all summer long, just because of the nature of boating there. So We don't want to be too far away, but that would be an ideal spot. But as far as the funding, I need to...
I think what we would like is probably a memo from Dan explaining what the funding situation, what the expectation is of where it's going to come from,
Yeah.
and what the issues are in terms of environmental issues that are raised by these tanks. Mr. Hanson?
Well, just that this is a very exciting concept. That beach, its relationship to where a whole bunch of people live in the core area. It's probably one of the most important recreational uses I think we've got in the region, and I'm very pleased that Metro is addressing this. It's one of those things that, whether it's addressed or not, it's still used as an important recreational piece. And there have been a great many safety concerns with the current usage, and this just solves a lot of problems, a lot of existing problems, coupled with making a really tremendous recreational improvement. And I know one of the ongoing criticisms of the Metro Green Spaces effort is that, just partly because of the nature of where space is available, it's primarily suburban at the edges of the urban growth boundary, and this is a tremendous resource that's very central to the core of Portland, and it's very exciting.
And the funds that would be used by Metro to purchase the property from the port are from the Open Spaces program. And I think this, and maybe Peninsula, is the only other project, Peninsula Crossing, that I could think of, Charlie, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, where people will be able to get immediate, or fairly immediate, they'll be able to get on site and use this property. And you're right, they are using it now. This will just make it a much improved recreational resource program.
Great. And I really appreciate the partnership that this is evidence of. Certainly this looks like it's a win-win all over. So
One of the things, and Metro can certainly attest to this, in the summer months, their staff is there every day because the docks, and this really doesn't have a lot to do directly with the county, but the docks are falling apart literally on a daily basis. They are dangerous right now. I'm surprised somebody hasn't gotten hurt. Nails are popping up all the time in these. They're an old dock. They're suspended by, I think there's some tires with foam in them. That's the one way of doing it. We don't have logs. They should be concrete docks, and again, that's all to be dealt with by the Marine Board, but they're going to float away, and sometimes they do float away on us, and we got to go get them and bring them back and repin them, and their people are constantly there in the summer months putting these together because of all the usage.
okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming today, too, all of you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Walker.
could I request that we take R8 up now, because the district attorney has a
Sure.
time commitment, and we also have some students here we don't want to keep out of school too long either.
We'll do R8 first now, right? Thank you.
Under non-departmental, R8, budget modification 98-9, requesting $1,650 from general fund contingency to extend the teen fraternity toolkit implementation for 6 months.
Is there a motion?
I would move approval.
Second. Okay, Commissioner Salson moves, Commissioner Kelly second. Commissioner Salson?
This is basically, as you recall, maybe a few years ago, we started a project where we recognized that a lot of our discussions on teen pregnancy and things like that did not involve related discussions about the process of establishing paternity, the process of establishing child support. The toolkit was developed in conjunction with the District Attorney's Support Enforcement Division, the Multnomah County Education Service District, and it was designed to be a very hands-on curriculum that could be presented in health classes at high schools or at other nonprofit forums, but to really dispel, I think, a lot of myths that exist out there about what's involved in establishing paternity, what's involved in getting child support. That's the thing I think we've discovered the most. There's a lot of misunderstandings, a lot of sort of old wives' tales about how it works and how it doesn't work. And the purpose of this toolkit is to really give instructors the tools so they can give accurate information to their students. And we also recognize that a lot of the teachers themselves didn't know much about support enforcement, establishing paternity. And I think as we go from the welfare to work era, We realize that welfare is going to be less forgiving to people, single parents, and therefore I think another purpose of this program is to really reinforce the responsibility aspect, particularly with males, of children that they bear, that they will have to consider the financial obligations of that child until age 18 at least. So that is also sort of one of the longer-term benchmarks we hope to achieve, the teen pregnancy reduction through talking about the responsibility of males. We have successfully tested this program over the past 3 months in the schools, and Janice Allen, who is actually our coordinator, will come up here, I think, and make a few remarks, but the feedback from the teachers has been very, very good on a scale of 1 to 5 as to how useful this was. I think the average was like 4.5. I think that was the average feedback. And we've taken the toolkit, and we've also in the process of making some revisions based upon our initial unveiling of this with certain classes in high school and getting feedback from teachers. One of the things that we did not anticipate, and something to think about, is we found out that a lot of people, and Janice can tell you more about this, but a lot of kids would come up and actually talk to the teacher about their own situation with their own parents in terms of getting child support. And that's not something we really anticipated. And we expect if we ever perhaps get the toolkit into the junior high area, that's even going to be more of an issue, that we're going to have kids themselves coming up about their own child support situation. So this is basically a $1,000 contingency tap that allows the district attorney to get matched by the federal government. And this money will allow us to keep the facilitator on till the end of the fiscal year, and then hopefully the ongoing process would be built into the district attorney's budget for 98, 99. I just want to say, Mike Shrunk is here. I think, Mike, did you want to say something, or?
Mike,
I'm here.
Okay.
Mike Shrunk, district attorney. I'll answer any questions. I think Commissioner Saltzman covered it. I don't know your mind.
I just want to say, Mike's office, Support Enforcement Division, brings in over $1 million a month in child support payments. They do a great job. And I'd like to invite Janice Allen and some of her,
come on up. We'll bring up some
some of her entourage with her if they'd like to come up and.
Nicholas Hadley, Robert Hanson. Do you want to come up too, Janice?
Well, I was just talking about the food fee.
Okay. Okay, and then the third one that should come up now is Chris Barrett. I have 5 cards.
Okay, great. Come and have a seat here. These flat things here are microphones. They will pick you up, and you'll be on television. You're being broadcast. Welcome. Who's going to start?
I will.
Okay.
I think this is an important subject for people learning.
State your name for the record.
Oh, Robert Hanson. Because a lot of people, young people, don't know about this, and it helps them make right decisions on what they should do and shouldn't do. And it's actually kind of interesting if you don't know anything about it. So I think that you guys should, get funding for, to proceed with the learning of this.
Okay. Thank you.
My name is Nicholas Hadley, and when I started this, I didn't know what paternity meant. I was really confused about it, and the thing I did know was about single mothers. I've had a couple of friends that are single mothers, and one of them was fortunate enough to have a caring mother to let her live with her. And her mother adopted the child and took care of it and everything, and worked and did all that, and she was able to go to school. But the other girl I knew, her mother kicked her out on the street, and she had to spend a few nights out at a park on a bench. And it was really hard for her when she started out on this. And I was going through this, and I was just thinking about all these things that were happening and what processes they could have gone through to be able to have a better life instead of being out on the street. They could have established a fraternity and gotten funding from the father, and even though they didn't want anything to do with the father, it was a matter of for the child. I learned that the child could get medical benefits and medical records from the father's history, and that get money for the child to go to school, get things they need, food, clothes, and all that, and it would have made the child's life a lot easier.
Great.
My name is Chris Barrett, and Like Nick, I didn't know what paternity meant until after the program. And I like to say about the child support, I didn't know a lot about that. And I found out it costs a lot of money if you don't say you're the father and stuff, like back pay and stuff. I didn't know they can like charge you for back pay. And it also helps your child out. They know who the father is, the medical and all that. And I just think it's a really good program for everybody. I told a lot of my friends about it, and they didn't know about it. So they're thinking twice about going to people and stuff. So I just think it's a good program. You should fun.
Good. Now, what school are you in?
Serendipity Learning Center.
All of you?
Yeah.
And that's where we tried out the program? Mhm. Great.
But it's actually been tested at other high schools. I think 22 high schools.
Oh, okay. Great. Any questions? No. Thank you. We really appreciate you coming. It's very helpful for us when we hear directly from the people who are benefiting from these things. So this is invaluable. Thank you. And you're very articulate. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
We have two more, Justin Myers and Simone Francis.
Welcome.
Hi.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Justin Myers, and I just want to say that this program was very helpful to most of the kids in my class. It not only solved a lot of problems that people didn't know, but it also presented more things to think about. And through learning this information, I thought a lot of the people who were learning it were able to grow up and kind of understand the reality of some things that they might be going through in the future, and that some of their friends, and it was a big help. And so the presentation of this material to more kids will definitely help just the general status of all those in that group that need help. That is a very good way to present.
Thank you.
My name's Simone Francis, and I think this was a really good program, especially for like young mothers, because a lot of young mothers don't know what to do about the issue with their kid. You know, the father doesn't want anything to do with the kid. And I think it's really important that the mom establishes paternity, because the child needs to know his medical history, and he needs to be able to get benefits from the father. And I think it's just really important that young mothers establish paternity.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard? Okay.
I would just for the record like to acknowledge again Janice Allen, who has actually taken this out on the streets and worked with the with the high school teachers. She's done a great job, and confident she will continue to do a great job.
Any discussion, Commissioner Murphy?
Well, this is, I want to thank Commissioner Saltzman for bringing this forward. This is probably as relevant program as we could possibly create in terms of our benchmarks. Not only the school completion, but children living in poverty. The $1 million a month that you talked about the DA collecting, that's dollars that are directly going to children living in poverty. And all of our statistics show that the highest risk group are children of unwed mothers, single moms, in terms of their chances of being raised in a poverty situation. So this is just incredibly relevant to what to what Multnomah County needs to be about. The other thing I'd like to mention to the young people that have talked, my experience before I quit my day job and came to work here was working both as a bus driver and as a plumber. And don't feel embarrassed in terms of not knowing a lot about paternity, because I worked with a lot of males in both construction and bus driving that ran into significant problems based on paternity issues and child support issues. People that didn't realize it, and then all of a sudden, many years into the future, were given incredible, were made responsible for some incredible deaths. And they had been absolutely ignorant of what their responsibilities and how that was going to impact their life, their future families. Some of them had moved on to new relationships and had other responsibilities that that created just huge problems for them. As well, the other thing is of course this helps us with the understanding not just of parental financial responsibility, but the whole concept. It takes two people to create a child. It takes two people to be responsible for a child, and we've missed a lot of that in our society. And this helps build a real fundamental understanding of the way the world works.
Is very important. It's obvious. It's great to hear from you that this is something that people don't talk about, so how are they going to know about it? And this gives everyone an opportunity to open up the discussion on a very important issue. So thank you very much. Okay, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The budget modification is approved. Thank you.
R6, Amendment 4 to Intergovernmental Agreement 300818 with the City of Gresham to transition planning and community development services, establishing new responsibilities for completing Metro's urban growth management functional plan and urban reserve planning work.
Move approval.
Second.
Commissioner Kelly moves, Commissioner Sullivan seconds. I think this is the second version of what we did last time.
Yeah, this is basically, again, this is a mini functional consolidation for purposes of planning for the 2040 land use master plan. We are proposing to have Gresham, City of Gresham, as we did last week, we approved the City of Portland taking over planning responsibilities for unincorporated areas within the UGB. This is a parallel agreement with the City of Gresham to do the same thing. They would take over the planning responsibilities with respect to 2040 growth policies. Or, I guess there's just one unincorporated tract. Scott's here if you need any questions.
Mr. Kelly?
We aren't going to see a budget amendment following this, though, are we? And could you explain the difference between this agreement with Gresham and the one that we just agreed to with the City of Portland?
For the record, Scott Temple representing the Multnomah County Land Use Planning Program. Commissioner Kelly, the agreement with Gresham and the agreement with Portland substantively are the same. The working relationships in terms of how it gets accomplished are slightly different. And the reason for that is the City of Gresham's piece of unincorporated urban Multnomah County is about 50-some parts, or 50 ownerships, or 50 acres, relatively small. The City of Portland has a much larger responsibility with respect to satisfying the requirement. They have 15 islands and pockets, unincorporated pockets that probably are in the magnitude of 15 times that size in terms of area to deal with. So with respect to the City of Gresham, it's anticipated that they will just fold this in as a matter of course with their other planning work, and we in effect will adopt their plan and their zoning code provisions for that 50-acre area.
So it's the size. Thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The resolution is approved.
Okay.
Thank you.
R7, Resolution establishing the Child Abuse Center Planning Committee.
Approval?
Okay. Commissioner Sullivan moves, Commissioner Kelly seconds. A substitute resolution?
I wanted to move a substitute resolution.
Okay, the substitute resolution is moved and seconded. Commissioner Sullivan?
This is a resolution to continue the efforts to build and operate a Multnomah County Child Abuse Center. Voters in May of 1996, as part of a public safety bond measure, approved $4 million to build a child abuse center in Multnomah County. The principal purpose to have a place where children who are removed from their homes can be taken immediately to a safe, secure environment, rather than, as is now the practice, spending time in the back of a police officer's car or camped out at a Child Protective Services desk while that caseworker frantically makes calls to foster families to see if somebody will take that kid in. The receiving center will, in essence, buy the Children's Protective Service, SCF, time to find if foster care is the direction the child will be going, to find the best foster care placement, not simply the first available foster care placement. And I think one of the things we see is that oftentimes these calls that come in the middle of the night, these usually don't happen in regular business hours. We see that foster families, it's the good foster families who will always say yes to that midnight call, we'll take the child in. What happens, though, often as a result is the good foster parents get burnt out over time, and we lose them to our system. So one of the primary roles of this is to provide SCF, Children's Services Division, time to make the best foster care placement, if that's in fact the direction the child is headed. If it's towards reunification with the family, another aspect of this child abuse center is a supervised, kid-friendly, family-friendly, supervised visitation area. Other components that have emerged over this year-and-a-half planning process that has included law enforcement, Juvenile Rights Project, SCF itself, our county people, Morrison Center, and Volunteers of America. We also would hope to have the county's child abuse team, which, as you all know, is now in the 21st and Morrison building, which is on its last legs. We would like to be able to relocate the child abuse team, which includes the 24-hour child abuse hotline staff, our district attorney people, and law enforcement, relocate them in the child abuse center. And then finally, the Volunteers of America is interested in providing a relief nursery. They have a relief nursery right now that they operate for families that are at high risk of child abuse. They would like to relocate into this center, have some new space, bigger space, and expand their program offerings. And then finally, the final component would be the Morrison Center's Foster Care Assessment Project. They have a grant to provide a thorough, comprehensive mental health assessment for all children coming into foster care and for all children already in foster care. And those are basically the components of the Child Abuse Center. We've been working with Legacy Health Systems. Legacy's been very generous to us in helping us, providing us architecture services to do design. They've also provided us a site on their campus at Emmanuel where this facility could go. But we do have an operating deficit, a projected operating deficit of anywhere from $250,000 to $500,000 per year. And that's for the operation of the residential component, which, again, Legacy has agreed to operate. The plan at this point is to approach OSIC, which is Oregon Health Systems in Collaboration, and our chair will take forward this proposal, this operational deficit, along with some other issues related to county health care issues before this group of OSIC, which is the 4 or 5 major hospital systems, and see if, in fact, they aren't willing to chip in to help cover the deficit. Legacy is willing to do their fair share, but they would like to see the other hospitals get involved in this, too. So the substitute resolution speaks to that process, that the chair will be taking this proposal to OSIC shortly, and that, based upon the decision we get from OSIC, we will respond accordingly. If we get a favorable decision, then I think it's onward towards getting this thing actually constructed. If we get a lack of interest, then I think it's time to sort of go back to the drawing boards and maybe revisit the configuration, the parameters, and maybe even the viability of the project in of itself. As I leave today as a former county commissioner, I want to say that I will continue to be involved in this in any capacity to, as a private citizen, to make this happen. I think it's something that we need in this county. We need a response to child abuse. So that pretty much explains what the resolution does. It also more or less identifies all the key players who were members of the ad hoc planning committee that existed over the past year and a half. And also Commissioner Sharon Kelly has graciously agreed to sort of assume the planning, oversight of the planning process between now and until we get a decision from OSIC, and depending what that decision is from OSIC, where we go from there. We appreciate that very much.
Commissioner Hanson?
Well, I can support this. Obviously, it's a very important project, and it's something that we want to bring to completion. We made a compact with the voters in terms of how we would proceed with the project, what we would be using the funds for. I think what this does is give us an element of flexibility if it doesn't if it doesn't occur. That we would still be able to look for new, different options, which I would support as long as we're keeping them very much in the spirit of what the public intended the money to be used for when they voted for it. But it also, I think the real thrust though is to get the facility up and moving at the legacy site and be the full comprehensive thing that we all envision. But it still leaves us the ability that if we can keep pace with the voters, that we could look at other opportunities that might exist if this doesn't come to pass. But I think we all need to really make sure that it will come to pass, and I'm sure Dan has already laid the groundwork for that. Commissioner Kelly will be able to bring it to completion, and then we can have a celebration.
I think our commitment in this is the funding for the bond money that would actually construct this facility. We had very explicitly said we were not going into this with operating money, so the operating gap is of really critical importance. I did meet with John King, the head of Legacy. He agreed and suggested even that the way to approach this was to come up with a menu of things. We cannot go to OSIC over and over again for everything we need for health care, so we need to present them with some options and then let them choose what they want to do. And certainly this will be one that we would make a pitch for, but there are other things we also want to make a pitch for. So take that process through and then see if they're willing to give us the money, and we'll take it from there, as Commissioner Saltzman said. But certainly this kind of thing is needed, along with many other things that we need. So. Okay. Any more discussion? All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Resolution is adopted. We're going to take R10 now because we have Helen Cheek here. So.
R10 is a resolution supporting the National Days of Dialogue on Race Relations, January 14th through the 19th, 1998.
Approval.
Second. Commissioner Saltzman moves. Commissioner Kelly seconds. Welcome, Helen.
Thank you. I'm happy to have this opportunity to come before you. I'd like to give a little bit of background on the National Days of Dialogue and how that developed briefly. This national effort is being co-chaired by former Senator Bill Bradley and L.A. Councilman Mark Ridley Thomas. There was a successful dialogue held in the city of Los Angeles. I thought, well, this is a good idea. Let's get this going nationwide. So during this week, there will be hundreds of similar dialogues going on all over the country. The Urban League is one of the national sponsors, and when we got information from sponsors and saw their name on it, we contacted them and decided to do something together. The question that is being discussed nationwide is, how can we increase understanding and cooperative action between citizens of different races and ethnic backgrounds in our communities? A report will be done after the dialogues, which will be sent back to the national office, and they will extract pertinent information which will be forwarded to the White House and to the people that are working on President Clinton's initiatives on race. Two of the criticisms of these sorts of things that we usually hear, number one, you are preaching to the choir, that's the same people that always come, and like people come. And the second one is there isn't follow-up. So we have tried to address those two issues on the matter of getting not only diverse ethnicity but diversity of opinion. We have done extensive outreach to groups that are normally not involved in these kinds of discussions, conservative Christian groups, conservative political groups. The Nation of Islam is coming, and we've really tried to make an effort to do that. And then on the follow-up, besides sending the information back to these national organizers, we will sit down with the Urban League and go through the responses and the information that we gather, and at that point then determine what we will do. There may be some organizations, some groups already formed that people can be funneled into if they want to work on particular issues. or it may be a new initiative developed, but we won't really be able to see that. But that is our intent at this point. So this is in addition to the community dialogues on race relations that MHRC does on a monthly basis, and those will continue. Those are small groups, 15 to 20 people, and we do them in different neighborhoods. And we have been working at, since a lot of our work depends on relationships, we have been working at getting community groups to co-sponsor these dialogues and help the outreach and publicity and do them together. And one that is coming up is being co-sponsored with Housing Our Families and the Boise Neighborhood Association, and this is a result for a new relationship with the Office of Neighborhood Involvement. So I thought that you might like to be aware of that. And I brought also schedules of our dialogues on race relations, and we have, and this is Commissioner Kelly's interest here, we have one at Mount Hood Community College and Park Rose coming up in the next couple of months. So that's, I'm seeking your support for this National Days of Dialogue. This is not the first time that we have participated in something on a nationwide basis. We were approached by the White House to submit information on our community dialogues and on our Dynamic Differences Anti-Bigotry program to be on a website as programs that can be replicated by other community groups around the country. So we were very pleased to have that honor and be recognized nationally.
Great. Commissioner Kelly?
Two things. I just want to congratulate you on all the good work that you've done. I think that in some ways, the discrimination and acts of bigotry are even more difficult today in many ways than they were in the 60s and 50s, because discrimination seems to me at least to be more subtle and harder to identify, where in the 50s and 60s it was so obvious, even though it was traumatic, that it's very important for us to have these dialogues so we recognize when we see it for what it is. And again, you're doing wonderful work, and I applaud you for it. And the second thing I want to say is, since you're retiring, I also want to say that kudos to you personally. We'll miss you very much, and hope that the next chapter in your life will be equally as successful as the one that you're leaving now.
I'd like to thank the board also for your support. It's been a difficult year, and I was sort of thinking in my mind, now what have we done that we could point to with pride? And I thought, well, we have established ourselves twice. So I guess that's a record of some sort. But I would like to tell you that I think that the decision to dissolve the commission and go to a different model was a sound decision, and staff time has been freed up to do much more of this sort of thing, and our activities have increased greatly. And so from my point of view, I think that was a good decision, and the citizen participation part is being worked on now out of Commissioner Kafuri's office, and at the point they are now, I'm very optimistic that will turn out to be a good method of for the city and the county to receive information from the community without being a drain on city and county resources.
Well, I'd just like to second that the community has been very lucky to have your services over the last few years and at a real critical time. And again, I think all of us have greatly appreciated your work, and the community has benefited tremendously from it. And you should be very proud of the contribution you've made.
I'd just like to add to the accolades for Helen. Enjoyed working with you over the past, it's been 5 years at least. And I think you've done a great job of handling, as you said, a difficult but probably a proper transition for the commission. And I also want to just echo Commissioner Kelly's remarks. While the overt signs of discrimination may no longer be as apparent as they were back in the 1950s and 60s, I think we have to recognize we have a long way to go on race relations. There's a lot of more understanding that needs to occur.
Let me ditto everybody here. Certainly, one thing I felt very lucky on with this Board of County Commissioners is a consistent and strong advocacy on behalf of all people and a sense of the importance of challenging bigotry and discrimination. And I feel very privileged to be with a group that has been so supportive. I also really like, I think, just sort of picking up on what Sharon and Dan said about subtleties, that the importance of dialogue, and that seems to be the word we're using now, but I think it's sort of appropriate because what we have to do is really listen to each other and really take account people's real experiences, because that subtleness comes out when you're an African American going into a store and they don't serve you. I mean, it's not direct. I mean, it's just sort of a subtle thing, and we need to hear each other's pain and then move on together to work on this. So I'm very pleased with this. And let me just add, too, I've known Helen now for quite a long time, since I was a Southeast Portland activist and she was the Southeast, that you have just done a wonderful job stewarding this effort. And I've been so proud of you and just thankful that you've been willing to take on some really tough stuff, especially this last year, to bring us to a place where we can continue to move on these issues. So thank you and enjoy your retirement. I suspect we'll be seeing you around.
Thank you. And I will announce, assuming that you are passed the resolution, will announce that both the city and the county have passed a resolution supporting this and convey your support for these efforts at getting at the subtle, covert kind of discrimination that is going on. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is approved. Thank you, Helen. I think we're back to...
Now, the last item is R9.
Jumping around today.
Resolution assigning Board of County Commissioners benchmark sponsorship roles and intergovernmental committees for 1998.
Is there a motion?
Move the roll.
Second.
Commissioner Kelly moves, Commissioner Salton seconds. Carol Ford, who was going to present this item from my office, is doing something else, and so I will do it. I'm real pleased where we've gotten to with this. One of the things that we have done over the last years together is identify what are our long-term benchmarks, and I think all of us have been really committed to trying to push the county to work outside of its silos and work across departments to achieve these benchmarks. So one way to sort of carry that one step further would be, instead of assigning liaisons by department, is to assign ourselves to policy championships across departments on these benchmarks. So what you have before you is something we're going to try for the next year and see if we like it. If we do, we can continue it. Substitutes for the liaison responsibilities, and instead what we have agreed to, we will agree to if we vote for this, is that each of the three of us who are left are going to have an assignment, and then when others come on, we'll figure out how to incorporate them. But Commissioner Hanson would be the champion for decreasing children living in poverty. Commissioner Kelly, reducing crime. And for me, would be increasing high school completion and continuing to work on good government and doing efficient, effective government through results and other ways. We also, as part of this, would recognize that how we implement this is going to be both internally but also externally in our community building initiative, and then how we're going to pull this together in terms of reaching these objectives through a delivery system that is really community-based and is collaborative with the community and engages them. And that we will be working with various caring communities to accomplish that, and that is happening more and more, and they're building, and it's not always easy, but we're making real progress. Each of the commissioners who are in charge of one of these long-term benchmarks will be convening policy discussions for the board and helping us do the policy work together as we move forward, and keeping all those issues in front of us. When District 1 and District 3 are filled, then we will make some assignments for that. We also have in the Appendix 2 the list of sort of the responsibilities under this system of each of the three of us right now. Some of this will change when we get some new people. We're all taking on all of the work we had before. And we have described in here the kind of what the sponsorship role and champion role means. So is there any discussion or questions?
You had
I think this is very exciting the way you're approaching this, and I think it looks really promising.
So stick around.
That's what I'm saying. I look
It's
at
not too late.
I look at the Caring Communities map that was attached to this, and I hopeful this is just a typo, but Franklin School District, or the Franklin catchment area, seems to be the only school that doesn't have a caring community attached to it.
I think it doesn't have one, so that's one we'll have to work on developing. Yeah, these are very uneven. Some of them are very developed, and some of them are not developed at all.
I was just pleased to finally see it. It looked like there was total coverage for all the high school catchment areas, and I just happened to notice Franklin sitting there all by itself, and
I'll check
do
on
hope
that,
we
but
get
I think we don't, actually.
Yeah, certainly an area that could benefit from a caring community.
Commissioner Kelly?
I was just going to say, I think we're all excited about this. It's a brand new concept, and what I think it'll do is to bring order and outcomes to everything we do. But the overlap that's going to occur is going to be, at least initially, mind-boggling. You know, we got a briefing. Dan did an amazing job on briefing us today on the toolbox for paternity issues, which is not a prevention program. Actually, it's a mediation program for teen pregnancy and capturing the responsibility for the male partner in this. But it could be, and it's also a public safety issue, but it could be a community and family services issue because it is likely to fit in a teen pregnancy approach as well as a public safety issue. And those are some of the overlaps.
Like school completion.
Absolutely. And it will require from us a completely different way of thinking that will really bring I think, some real continuity to what we do. So instead of bringing programs that are more or less random, there'll be some order to them. And I think one of the outcomes will be obviously that we're going to be able to do some evaluations on the success or lack of success of each one of those components. So this I think, I've been looking forward to this for a long time, and I can hardly wait to get started.
Well, yeah, it doesn't really simplify things. Yeah, but it's more of a mindset than anything else. You know, we've established the benchmarks for a long time, and yet if you look at the amount of time that we spend in commission meetings, very seldom do we really grapple with the benchmark issue. And yet, you know, if you would look at the way we conduct our meetings, the issues that come before us as a county commission, and then they certainly don't reflect that these are the most important things that we want to work on. And I think this gives us an opportunity maybe to change that. And then to explore the interrelationships. I mean, there's no way, if you look at decreasing children living in poverty, and you look at the demographics of where those kids come from, probably the most effective way you could, or one of the most effective ways to deal with that long term is with school completion. And then both of them relate to public safety. So it's not it's not that we've drawn lines in the sand and we put things in three big boxes. We're just coming with hopefully a more rational way to explore the issues and discuss the issues and develop the interconnection. The other one that becomes real obvious, if we look at these three benchmarks and then look at the county's role with each one of them, although these are clearly three very important benchmarks for the community, they're certainly not three problems that Multnomah County is going to have any hope whatsoever of solving on our own. Reducing crime takes a great deal of cooperation through the lip sync process with our other partners in government. Certainly increasing high school completion is much more a role for the school districts than Multnomah County. Decreasing children living in poverty is an issue that is going to take a great deal of interrelationship with the state of Oregon, who is the primary funder for the programs that are really going to help. So it's certainly not something that we can take on our own. but I think it gives us a real marvelous opportunity to focus some of the debates and focus the discussions. And again, I'm real excited. Two minor points. Dan, you raised the issue with Franklin. The other one that I've been kind of grappling with for a long time is Benson, which again, if we're talking about, which doesn't quite fit in terms of community building, because it's a much broader. But if we're using high schools as an area, then and using that as a communication tool and a delivery of services, this is, it's hard to serve the Benson kids through Jefferson, Roosevelt, Wilson, Lincoln, the other communities that these kids are coming from, and yet there's a significant number of kids that are again being served by a broader based boundary school, and we at some point need to address that situation. And then the other one was, were we also today going to elect Commissioner Kelly as vice chair?
You did that while you were gone.
Oh.
Related vote. Right.
Well.
You didn't know that.
She was forced to second her own.
It was really clumsy.
Well, I would have been supportive if I was here.
Okay. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair? Make a brief statement before you adjourn.
Oh, I just want to, okay, resolution approved if we won't adjourn. Say, yourself.
Well, as you all know, this is my last day here as last board meeting, and actually tomorrow's my last day as county commissioner. And I just wanted to say that it's been a real honor and a pleasure to serve both the citizens of Multnomah County for the last 5 years, but also to be associated with so many great people in government, our employees in particular, who are so committed to the work they do. So I wanted to say that, and I also wanted to say to each of the board members, and including Commissioner Collier, who isn't here, that I've enjoyed working with you over the past 5 years. I've learned a lot. I hope I'm a better person for that. I've learned a lot from you individually and collectively. As they say in my faith, and maybe they say this in a lot of faiths, we have what's called a book of life, and this is really a closing of one chapter in the book of my life. But I do want to say that regardless of where I end up in the next year or so, that my passion to issues related to children and families and older adults is going to remain intact. And I hope if I am successful in my future endeavors, to continue to try to bring the city and the county closer together to work on these issues, to try to overcome some of the barriers that we've all encountered over the years about who is responsible for what. I really want to make Portland and Multnomah County the most family-friendly city and county anywhere. That means working really closely on a lot of the issues that are traditionally sort of seen as county issues. So again, thank you for all that you've taught me. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. We will miss you.
Okay, with that, we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
You are invited to tune in for the next broadcast of Fireside Live on Monday, January 26th at 8 p.m., right here on KMHD. Our January 26th program features the Mary Catterley Band.
Well, now it takes more than a robin to make the winter go, and it takes two.
This show was recorded live in the Fireside Lounge at Mount Hood Community College. You'll hear Mary working with an all-star band, including Jerry Hahn on guitar and Joey Cyphers on bass. Please tune in on Monday, January 26th at 8 p.m., right here on KMHD, for the broadcast of Mary Catterley's showcase performance on Fireside Live.
Well, KMHD is pleased to bring you the full spectrum of jazz and blues. It's what we do. We enjoy doing it. But within that, we think there's music for everyone to enjoy. If you hear something on KMHD that you like or an older release you've been looking for, there's an easy way for you to own that music. You can do it over the phone. That's right. You place a call to, I have to figure out how to say that correctly. You place a call to 1-800-75-MUSIC. That's the public radio music source. It's now as easy as a phone call to obtain the music you're looking for. When you call 1-800-75-MUSIC, a music specialist will help you find that release you're looking for. Then they'll send it to you without the hassle of leaving home. Make your call today to the public radio music source. That's 1-800-75-MUSIC. And one of the cool things that we like to think anyway is cool, a percentage of your purchase will be contributed back here to KMHD, your jazz and blues station here in the greater Portland metropolitan area. And, we address other areas, too. We got, all over the place. Washougal, Camas. We get down to Salem. I know we're on at Cannon Beach, Bend, Oregon. We're just this regional jazz blues thing that we're very proud of. So, as you know, that we're a public radio station. We rely on listener-supported contributions. Well, this way, we can get that kind of like in a roundabout way. And plus, you get a cool CD at a reasonable price. Let's get back to the blues music here. Here's a little Ellen White Reflex Blue off of her Muddy Award-winning CD, Different Point of Blue. The tune is Out of Control, and it's happening right now on the Power.
People, I see them living out on the street.
got the blues on the radio. This is the Blues Palace on 89.1 FM, KMHD.
Pennies ringing in a beggar's cup. You can't get counted, Lord, if you don't stand up. Turn your life around. Dig that crazy sound. Bring that curtain down. Do the cripple dance. Whiskey drinker, won't you sleep it off? Your doctor knows you need it by the way you cough. Turn your life around. Dig that crazy sound. Bring that curtain down. Do the cripple dance. More than once I've made a foolish move. You can't lose nothing, you got nothing to lose. Turn your life around, dig that crazy sound. Bring that curtain down, do the cripple dance. I went down to a big crap game, but Satan was against my will. I lost every doggone nickel I had, but a greenback dollar bill. There's a $40 bet laying on the floor, and my buddy's point was 9. When the police come, he caught all of us, but I got mine, yes, I got mine. Let me tell you, I got mine. I grabbed that money out the back door, I went blind. Ever since that big crap game, I've been living on chicken and wine. I'm a leader of the high society, folks. I got mine. Then I went down to a turkey feast, and that dinner was spreading it fine. 15 minutes for the table set, all the jitterbugs stood in line. When they brought them gobblers in, how those Jody's eyes would shine. Talking about a rascal grabbing, I got mine, yes, I got mine. Let me tell you, I got mine. I grabbed that turkey by the wing out the window, I went flying. I tried to make it to hiding place, but I didn't get there in time. A hungry rascal grabbed me by the coat, but I got mine. I know a barber shop is over in town, over on North Folk Street. It's the only place on a Saturday night. We gamblers scared of me. Some comes in for a haircut, while others come for a scrap. But when you see me and my buddy up there, we mean to shoot some crap. Holly 7, 11, won't you come 18 months and some of the boys got 9. When they brought them stripes in the next morning, I got mine. I went to my best gal's house last night. I was just about 9. I wasn't dressed up like Henry Ford, but I was feeling just as fine. I caught her sitting in another rascal's lap. I didn't like that sign. I told that Jody what I thought about him, and I got mine. Yes, I got mine. Let me tell you, I got mine. I grabbed my hat out the back door. I went flying. That Jody grabbed a shotgun, and he used it mighty fine. Talking about a rascal running men, I got mine. Wife as good as can be. She's gonna be the one that always loves me. I got a New Year's resolution. Gonna change my evil ways. I'm gonna be a good guy. Do you hear what I say? I'm gonna hold her and squeeze her real tight. Way late in the evening, boy, we ain't gonna have to fight. I got a New Year's resolution. Gonna be a good guy in my town. boss will get me killed. I know it's trouble. I got to have my trouble filled.
Yeah, Trouble Monkey here on 89.1 KMHD. It is the title track to the new Lloyd Jones CD. Nice stuff. Little Ed and Dave Weld together. Before that was New Year's Resolution. Pink Henderson, he did I Got Mine. Bugs Henderson and the Party Kings did Triple Nat Bounce. And Ellen White and Reflex Blue starting the set with Out of Control off of their award-winning album, Different Point of Blues. This is Tom Addis. It's 11:58. You're listening to blues music. Let's get back to it, huh? We got a little Rusty Zinn with It's Love, Baby, 24 hours every day.
Baby, I don't know why I love you. Don't know why I feel this way. Baby, I don't know why I love you. Don't know why I feel this way. But I think about you, baby, 24 hours of the day. Well, honey, my days are not so lonely. I need your love to make me gay. Well, honey, my days are not so lonely. I need your love to make me gay. Well, I could hold you, little darling, 24 hours of the day. From 5 o'clock in the early evening till 6 o'clock in the early morning, I could squeeze you with all of my might. Yes, I could love you until broad daylight. Well, I could hold you, little darling, 24 hours of the day. Honey, my days are not so lonely. I need your love to make me gay. Well, I could hold you, little darling, 24 hours of the day. From 5 o'clock in the early evening till 6 o'clock in the early morning, I could squeeze you with all of my hours of the day.
You're listening to 89.1 KMHD, the Blues Palace.
Baby, please don't lie to me. Baby, please
mama. And turn your lamp down low. Come on, wake up, mama. And turn your lamp down low. Where in the world did you get the nerve to turn me from your door? You're a mean old woman to treat me this way. Nasty little girl just to treat me this old way. And honey, when I leave New York this time, I'm gonna... I once had a little woman, and she was the best that I'd ever seen. I knew a little girl, and she was the sweetest thing that I'd ever seen. You know, she treated me like a king, and like she was the doggone queen. You know, my mama left me reckless, and my daddy just drove me wild, wild, wild. My mama let me run reckless, and my daddy died and drove me wild, wild, wild. I know I ain't good looking, but I swear I'm some sweet woman's angel child. Oh, sister, tell your brother, brother, tell your auntie, auntie, tell your uncle, tell your cousin, nephew, nephew, tell your friend, you know I'm going to the country, and mama, don't you want to go? I might take me a nice brunette, and I might bring along one or two more. I said Big H left Savannah, Lord, she would not stop. You ought to seen the color fireman when he got the boiler. Oh, come on, reach over, mama, and hand me my traveling shoes. I want you folks to know right now, I've got the Statesboro blues. Yes, my mama had 'em, my sister had 'em, my brother had 'em, my daddy died with 'em. When I got up this morning, the family had them weary blues. I poked my head down in the corner, and Grandma had 'em too. Oh, give me back the hat I bought you, the big umbrella. Give me back the shoes I want to dress in. All if you don't like your daddy, woman, you got no right to stand and squall. Give me back the wig I bought you, let your goddamn head go bald. Hey, I done more for you, woman. Away last winter, I suffered through the summer, and I scuffled through the fall. I done more for you, woman, than the good Lord ever done. Hell, I put hair upon your head, and you know he never give you none. Boy, the church bells ring, and the secretary sing, and the preacher's just a preacher. Can't you hear the sister shouting, and the children in the pulpit, mama, trying to learn that song. Yes, and that low-down dirty deacon has got my girl and gone. You know, I can't be no bank boss or superintendent. Hey, boys, I ain't getting up on no tipple, and I promise the good Lord never to dig no coal. I think I hang around the back and try and pick up some jelly rolls. To go and fix me no breakfast, wouldn't get me no dinner. She spoiled my supper, she threw it outdoors. I think that the woman was trying to tell me to go. She had a knife to ask me would a matchbox hold my clothes. Oh, my mama had 'em, my sister had 'em, my brother had 'em, my daddy went off with 'em. When I got up this morning, the family had them weary. I poked my head down in the corner, and Grandma had 'em too. I'm saying, sister, tell your brother, brother, tell your auntie, auntie, tell your uncle, tell your nephew, nephew, tell your cousin, cousin, tell your friend. You know I'm going through the country. Mama, don't you wanna go? I might take me a high brown woman, and I might bring me one or two more. Oh, Big H left Savannah, Lord, you would not stop. You ought to seen the color fireman when he got the boiler. Oh, come on, reach over, Mama, and hand me my traveling shoes. I want you folks to know right now, I've got the Statesboro blues. up and quick, she was gone. It should have been me with that real fine chick. It should have been me with that real fine chick. Hey, 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 driving that Cadillac. A little later on, I figured out her. Spotted another chick that she had class. I was all set to write her name in my book when her husband came up and gave me a real dirty look. It should have been me with that real fine chick. It should have been me with that real fine chick. Hey, 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 being her chaperone. When I got to the corner, I saw a sharp chest, an $800 suit on, and a $300 hat. He was standing on the sidewalk by a Mercedes-Benz when a voice within said, "Come on, Daddy, get in." It should have been me with that real fine chick. It should have been me with that real fine chick. Hey, 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 driving that Mercedes-Benz. I ate a bowl of chili, and I felt okay. At least until I passed a fine cafe. I saw a guy sitting there eating a great big steak, while a waitress stood by feeding him ice cream and cake. It should have been me with that real fine chick. It should have been me with that real fine chick. Hey, 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 eating ice cream and cake. It should have been me getting my natural kick. It should have been me getting my natural kick. Hey, 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 loving those baby chicks. Tell me who, baby, whose almighty shoes I feel. Now tell me who, baby, whose almighty shoes I feel. There's under the head of my bed, darling, why my shoes ought to be. My baby and I got along just fine until she went wrong. I woke up in the morning, she had left from home. Now tell me who, baby, whose almighty shoes I feel. Well, down to the head of my bed, darling, where my shoes ought to be. Oh, I was long and cut
James with Who's Muddy Shoes by request here on 89.1 KMHD, the Blues Palace. Billy Boy Arnold with It Should Have Been Me. Dave Spector did Sweet Serenity. David Bromberg with Statesboro Blues. Kim Wilson with Baby Please Don't Lie to Me. And Rusty Zinn with It's Love, Baby, 24 hours a day. And it sounds like one of them Austin Powers tunes, you know, It's Love, Baby. Go figure, eh? You're listening to the Blues Palace. It's 12:22. My name's Tom Addis. It's raining in the city, and it will continue to rain through, I guess, next Thursday or something. I mean, it's like we're talking bad weather for the rest of the week. Actually, I guess it's Wednesday, Thursday, sometime in the middle of next week. It's supposed to slow down and get better. But right now, we're in that ground saturation thing. You know, we're working at watering the plants. You know, getting our grass to grow because it's warm finally and wet as usual. Oh, by the way, there's something coming up on the 31st of January. It's called the Blues Train. And I guess Ellen White, the Ellen White Trio, is going to be playing the music on the train up to Seattle. And then they get hotel accommodations and a ticket to a blues show. That's right up there by the train station. Then they get continental breakfast, trip back home. Should be quite a party, really. And it's going to be happening on January 31st. If you want any more information, I don't have a phone number, mainly because I don't have my Blue Notes with me. It was like a major error that I made tonight when I left that at home because I got so much reference stuff I wanted to get out of it. You know, it's always in a big stack of stuff, and it's all sitting there at home, nice and dry. Anyway, you got to call McCurdy Travel. McCurdy Travel. I guess it's M-C-C-U-R-D-Y. It's M-small-c, big C-U-R-D-Y Travel. And they would have the information. It's happening January 31st. It should be quite a get-together. Okay, let's see. What's coming up next? You know all that paper? That's because I write things down and then I turn them over and then I can't figure out where I was. Johnny Winter. Check out her mama.
with me. Yeah, I'm an evil gal. Don't you bother with me, no. 'Cause I'll empty your pockets and fill you with misery. I got men every day and men every night. Men in the evening, men when it's bright. I've got so many men, yeah, I don't know
Big Daddy Kinsey with Hard Life here on 89.1 KMHD. Before that was Michelle Wilson doing the Evil Gal Blues. Johnny Winter started the set with Check Out Her Mama here on 89.1 KMHD. And this is the Blues Palace. Yeah, that's right, the Blues Palace at 12:37. My name's Tom Addison. We're doing blues music till about 2 o'clock. And we're going to keep doing it. You know, it's like what we do on Friday night. Hey, the Oregon Holocaust Memorial Coalition is planning to create a memorial here in Portland to honor the memory of the millions killed during the Holocaust. The group is looking for Oregon and Southwest Washington residents with family or friends who died there. They'll have the opportunity to have the names of their loved ones inscribed on one of the memorial's walls. For more information, feel free to call me here at KMHD. My number is 503-661-8900. That's the number I'm answering. It's right here. Hear me banging on the phone there? That's the phone. And I will be answering it, 661-8900, if you want information on the Oregon Holocaust Memorial. I have a referral number here, or if you want to make a request or anything like that, that's the number to call, 661-8900. Current temperature here in the city is 49 degrees, which is like 35 degrees warmer than it was Monday. Monday afternoon. Remember that? Sunday or Monday, I forget which one. It was cold, 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 and wet, wet, wet. There's so much ice out there that my kids, they're teenagers, were jumping up and down on a snowdrift, you know, kind of sliding down it. They couldn't break through it. There was so much ice that they couldn't break through it. And, you know, I thought, that's cold. That's icy. That's gone now, right? Because it's 49 degrees and we don't have to worry about that crap no more. Let's get back to it. Here's Sheila Wilcoxon with Lurid.
Say
now, you want to have fun. Question number 2 now, what to do? Oh, question number 3, you're gonna go out and eat burgers with me. God almighty, now 13 questions, and that is the one to you. Ask question number 5, don't give me no jive this evening. Question number 6, now don't try no tricks. Question number 7, it's gonna be just like heaven, God almighty. Question number 8, here's today. 13 question method is the one to use. 13 question method is the one to use. 13 question method is the one that gotta use it if you wanna have some fun. Now 13 question method is the one to use. Ask question number 9, where to dine? Question number 10, now can we get in? Question number 11, I picked you up at 6:45, baby. Question number 12, we'll get by ourselves. 13 question method is the one to use. 13 question method is the one to use. 13 question method is the one you gotta use it if you wanna have some fun. Now 13 question method is the one to use.
Question method. That's right. Done by Kevin Duke there, here on 89.1 KMHD. Before that was the legendary blues band with I Got Love If You Want It. Buddy Scott did Big Boss Man, and Sheila Wilcox did Louie here on the Blues Palace. My name's Tom Addis. It's 12:54, and we're rocking and doing the blues music. We're not really rocking as much as shuffling, I guess. And we're going to be doing it till 2 o'clock. Got some stuff coming up. I was going through our CDs that I had locally, right here with me. And lo and behold, I have quite a few of the Grammy nominees. So I figured this next set, and it's going to go on for about 20, 25 minutes, is all Grammy nominees. Got 10 CDs here, and I think I got about 6 or 7 of them, like, right with me. And probably access to the next 3 somewhere else. So give me a little time. I can tell you in a couple weeks I'm going to have a dedicated set to this stuff. But right now, let's just hit it. Here's some Charlie Musselwhite. Actually requested twice. It's kind of an unusual thing. One guy wanted some nice harp music. The other guy wanted to listen to some Charlie Musselwhite. So, hey, here it is. Charlie Musselwhite with the title track to his newest Grammy-nominated CD, Rough News.
This is KMHD Gresham, listener-supported public radio, 89.1 FM, the Jazz Station.
I'll be glad when you're dead and gone, you rascal, you. I'll be glad when you're dead and gone, you rascal, you. You've been stealing all my features, eating up all my cherries too. I'm leaving in the morning, mama, now you know I don't know where I'm bound. I'm leaving in the morning, mama, now you know I don't know where I'm bound. You know the woman I've been loving for 20 years, she's not gone and when they let this down. Oh, horn me. People gonna be glad standing on the corner when they drag your sorry butt by. People gonna be glad standing on the corner when they drag your sorry butt by. You ain't got near friend in this town, ain't nobody gonna cry. 'Cause I'll be glad when you're dead and gone, you rascal you. I'll be glad when you're dead and gone. Woo, you rascal, yeah. You've been stealing all my peaches, eating up all my cherries too. Horn me. Left my heart in San Francisco. Left my heart above in San Francisco. On the hill, Golden Gate, across the bay in San Francisco. On the hill, morning fog. Francisco, where my heart is. To New York City, went to Chicago, found no place like San Francisco. Cable car, high, high, on the hill. Morning fall, evening breeze, cool, cool night, where I wanna be. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh people, tell me about it. Everybody right now. Work out, work out. Got the blues for San Francisco. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. My heart is down. On the hill. Right down by Golden Gate. Cross the bay. I wanna be. I love my heart right there. Morning fall, cool, cool night. No cable cars on the hill. I wanna be. My heart is there. My heart is right there. In San Francisco. Morning fall, evening breeze, cool, cool night. That's why I wanna be in San Francisco. My heart, my heart is down. I on the hill, or Golden Gate, across the bay in San Francisco.
Let your hair down, baby. Let's have a nice ball. Let your hair down, baby. Let's have a nice ball. 'Cause when you ain't happy, ain't no fun at all. You can't take it with you, that's one thing for sure. No, you can't take it with you, that's one thing for sure. Ain't nothing wrong with you, girl. T-bone shuffle can't cure. Have fun while you can. Faith is an awful thing.
the big fat mama, the big fat mama, the big fat mama, yes, the big fat mama, the big fat mama with the beef shaking on her bone.
Yeah, Grammy nominee set there. That was Luther Allison off of his CD Reckless. Tune was There Comes a Time. Before that, Plantop Perkins from Born in the Delta. That's his nominated CD with the tune Murmur Low. Boz Scaggs' CD Come On Home with the track T-Bone Shuffle. We had John Lee Hooker's CD Don't Look Back with the track Frisco Blues. Taj Mahal. Senor Blues is the CD. The cut was You Rascal You, or Rough News was the title track and the tune I played from Charlie Musselwhite here on 89.1 KMHD. 121. People say, hey, Tom, where do you get that good blues music? And I would say, hey, at least this set I can say, I just looked at the Grammy list, you know? Piece of cake, huh? We're talking radio program by rote, almost. It's really a lot of fun. You know, I got to say these artists all deserve recognition and awards. There's some great stuff. I'm only missing 3 of them, 3 of the Grammy nominees, and I can tell you I'll have those next time you hear my voice. One is Ruth Brown's newest. The other is Junior Wells live at Buddy Guy's Legends. At Dr. John's Trippin' Love are the 3 that I'm missing. And, of course, the last one that you haven't heard yet out of the 10 that were nominated is Robert Cray Band. This is the tune, the track is called Sweet Potato Pie. Not the track, but the CD is Sweet Potato Pie. This is Trick or Treat.
You say you love me, babe, but you don't know. When I tell you I wanna take you out, and you don't wanna go, girl. So if you love me, don't say you like me. If you like me, don't say you love me. I can't wait till Halloween to find out if it's trick or treat. I love you, baby, but you play a pretty pat, girl. But you know, that ain't where it's at, baby. If you love me, don't say you like me. And if you like me, don't say you love me. 'Cause I can't wait till Halloween to find out if it's trick or treat. You can make life good, make it a drag. With all those good things you got cooking in your bag. Now I want you to treat me, baby, 'cause you got just what it takes, girl. I've been tricked so many times before with everything I made, girl. 'Cause if you love me, don't say you like me. And if you like me, don't say you love me. I can't wait till Halloween to find out if it's trick or treat. What is it, baby? Tell me. I wanna know. What is it? Is it trick or treat? Gotta know, babe. Is it trick or treat? It's in your bag, babe. I wanna know. Is it treat or trick? I love, baby. Baby, I don't know why I love you. I don't know why I feel this way. Baby, I don't know why I love you. I don't know why I feel
slave. Hard work and trouble taking me to my grave. You know bad time follows everywhere I go. You know bad time follows everywhere I go. Bad time and trouble, only life I know. Lord, I went down to the river, see what I could see. River say, hey John, come on and deal with me. Oh, sweet bitter blues walk all around my bed. Sometimes I wonder, am I alive or dead? Lord, I ain't no mean man, I don't fuss and fight. I wanna shoot my baby, Lord, you just won't do right. Oh, sweet bitter blues walk all around my bed. Sometimes I wonder, am I alive or dead? Oh, tell me, woman, how blue can you be? Oh, tell me, woman, how blue can you be? No way in the world can be as blue as me. Lord, I'm blue as indigo. My baby, she just left town. Lord, I'm blue as indigo. Baby, she just left town. There was the preacher man. Oh, glory, they cannot be found. Well, I'm going down Louisiana, down behind the sun, getting me a mojo hand. Then I'll have some fun. Oh, deep bitter blues walk all around my bed. Sometimes I wonder, am I alive or dead? Well, it's sweet bitter blues walk all around my bed. Well, it's sweet bitter blues walk all around my bed. Sometimes I wonder, am I alive or dead? All aboard!
Man. Well, I'm awake now. I'm ready to do some more because that was Mitch Woods and his Rocket 88 doing the tune Chicago Express. That's James Cotton on harp. Can those guys swing it or what, huh? Stephenson Wiggins got together with Sweet Bitter Blues. Bobby Bland, kind of by request, didn't have the tune she wanted, so I just played some Bobby Bland. 24 hours a day. Sweet Potato Pie with Robert Cray Band was the name of the CD, was the name of the band. Trick or Treat was the name of the tune. You're on 89.1 KMHD, the Blues Palace. Hey, hope is the beginning for everyone. You know, it's kind of like a reality check, and hope is becoming a reality for untold numbers of children and adults through the Campaign for Human Development. Hope for education and jobs, and hope for decent housing are becoming reality, though hundreds of low-income self-help groups. For more information on the Campaign for Human Development, please feel free to call me here at KMHD. My number? Why, 503-661-8900. Well, let's see. It's 48 degrees outside. It's 1:38 in the morning. We got about 22 minutes of blues music left to do, you know, and I know I go home and listen to more. I don't know why. I just can't seem to get enough of this stuff, you know? So let's do another tune. Hey, what's this one called?
Richfield.
was Albert Collins, Robert Cray, and Johnny Boom Boom Copeland with Albert's Alley. Got that one finally. Helen Wolf was doing Evil. That was kind of by request, another one of those where I didn't immediately find the track that they were looking for, so I just went in and played some Wolf, some Jimmy Rogers featuring Ronnie Earl and the Broadcasters. You can sure tell in that guitar work, Blues in D Natural was the tune, and Back Porch Blues started the set. It was Ritzville. And you're listening to all that here on 89.1 KMHD and the Blues Palace. That's right, this is the Blues Palace. My name's Tom Addis. It's 1:56 in the morning. It's time for me to head on out. That's right, I'm going to beat feet. I'm going to catch the wave. I'm going to ride on out of here. Going to get my train a-running, catch my drift. Going to do some surfing tonight. Hey, by the way, if you want to send me a note on your email, if you happen to be online, awake, odds are you're a little wired and, can't get to sleep. My email address is TADDIS. That's TADDIS at teleport.com. That's TAD as in debonair, D as in dashing, IS at teleport.com. Now, I might not be here next week also because Dashing Dave Johnson's going to be coming in, and he's going to be doing the do, and I don't know if he's coming in next week or the week after. I'm going to have to touch bases with him. I filled in for him over Christmas, and so I don't know if he's going to be coming in and do the tunes next Friday or the week after. I'll find out. So will you. Let's see. What do we got next? Hey, that's it. I'm got one more tune left. And as you know, Junior Wells died today. 63 years old, died of cancer. From what I understand, I had a couple listeners come up and confirm that. I thought it was, the ravages of, Wine, Women, and Loud Happy Song. I don't know. I do know that he has cancer, or had the cancer. He died today. It was a great, great loss to the blues community. So, hey, I decided to find out a blues tune that, off of his Come On This House CD. This is the one that was nominated last year for a Grammy, and he's again, of course, nominated this year. And what I'm going to do is play the first track, and That's All Right. What my mama told me is what he starts singing, then he ends up with That's All Right. Nice stuff. You're going to like it. So good night, everybody. Please drive careful. Respect. Respect others, man. That's what it's all about. And, that's the only way to gain respect, is to show respect. Don't embrace the dark side, or it will forever ruin your destiny. Peace.
Lord, I should have been dead, like my mama told you. Lord, I should have been dead, just like mama told me to. Then I wouldn't have to work, and I wouldn't have to sing the blues. Well, now, that's all right, Mama. That's all right for you. That's all right, baby. Any way you do, now that's all right. That's all right. That's all right now, Mama. Anyway. Well, sneaked out in my kitchen, eating up all my bread. Soon my back was turned, you was diddling in my bed, but that's all right. That's all right. That's all right now, Mama. Anyway. My mama, she done told me, Daddy told me too. This woman got fun, ain't no friend of you, but that's all right. That's all right. That's all right now, Mama. Anyway.
alright, baby. Any way you do now, that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Anyway. My mama, she done told me, my daddy told me too. This one that got son, it ain't no friend of you, but that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Anyway you do.
Well, that's it. That's all the blues you can use. Good night, everybody. Off to KLON, Los Angeles. Oh, by the way, I was supposed to let you know that you are listening to 89.1 KMHD, the Job Station.
There's nothing in this world too good for a girl, that's true. Baby, ain't I good to you? I bought you a fur coat for Christmas, a diamond ring, big Cadillac car, and everything. Love makes me treat you the way that I do. Baby, ain't I good to you? I bought you a fur coat for Christmas, a diamond ring, big Cadillac car, and everything. Love makes me treat you the way that I do. Gee, baby, ain't I good to you? Child, ain't I good to you? Baby, ain't I good to you?
That's Jimmy Witherspoon with Jimmy Rushing, recorded in 1961, April of 1961, at the Olympics in Paris, 1961, 22nd, actually, of April of 1961. Jimmy Witherspoon and Jimmy Rushing. Gee, baby, ain't I good to you? Then before that, we heard Buddy DeFranco meets the Oscar Peterson Quintet. Hark is the title of this disc. Buddy DeFranco, clarinet, Oscar Peterson, piano, Joe Paz at the guitar, Neil Hennessy, Ulstead Pedersen played the bass, and Martin Drew, the drummer. And we heard something there called Love Like Rain, actually, Light Rain by Buddy DeFranco and Oscar Peterson. This is America's Jazz Station, 88.1 KLON, where Art Pepper is going to carry on here. Art Pepper, Blues Out, what we're going to play is from the complete Art Pepper Aladdin Recordings, Volume 2, Modern Art. Tony Dumas played the bass, Billy Higgins played the drums, and Ray Peasy was the flute player. From the disc Back to Two-Track by John Woods. Art Pepper before that, Modern Art, as this Blue Note release, the complete Art Pepper Aladdin Recordings, Volume 2. Art Pepper alto sax with Russ Freeman at the piano. Carl Perkins played the piano also, with Ben Tucker at the bass, and Chuck Flores played the drums. Art Pepper and Blues Out. This is America's Jazz Station, 88.1 KLON, where Carmen McRae is going to carry on here. You're Looking at Me is the title of this disc on the Concord label. Carmen McRae with John Collins, Marshall Otwell, and Donald Bailey. I'm a errand girl for rhythm.
Here's something that I'd like to bring to you. Wrapped all in cellophane, designed for you. Tell you what it's all about. It is without a doubt swinging the latest style. Service with a smile. If you want to swing and shout, get your kicks and get about. I'm an errand girl for rhythm. Send me. Just get hip and follow through. I'll deliver straight to you. I'm an errand girl for rhythm. Send me. You can always find me down at Smoky Joe's. That's where all the smart and swinging people go. If you want the right beat, just step in and call for me. I'm an errand girl for rhythm. Send me.
Webster. See You at the Fair, the title of this impulse label. Ben Webster and a George Gershwin composition, Someone to Watch Over Me. Arrangements done here by Oliver Nelson, with Thad Jones, Ben Webster, Phil Bonner, Phil Woods, Pepper Adams, Roger Calloway, Richard Davis, and Grady Tate. This is taken from a disc that was recorded in 1993 on the MCA label, well, actually Impulse label, by Ben Webster, Someone to Watch Over. Phil Woods and his quintet before that, More Love, Phil Woods, and we heard a tune called Strolling by Phil Woods and his quartet with, actually that was Horace Silver's composition there. Phil Woods, alto, soprano, Steve Gilmore, bass, Mike Malone, piano, and Bill Goodwin played the drums from his 1995 release. The Phil Woods Quintet. This is America's Jazz Station, 88.1 KLON. Ron Carter's going to carry on here. From Long Beach State, this is America's Jazz Station, 88.1 KLON.
It was the 3rd of June, another sleepy, dusty winter day. I was out chopping cotton, my brother baling hay.
Nancy Wilson, Welcome to My Love is the title of this disc on the Capitol label. Her version of Bobby Gentry composition Ode to Billy Joe, recorded in 1967 on the Capitol label, Nancy Wilson. And preceded that, Ron Carter, bassist Ron Carter, with Sam Brown playing the guitar from Ron Carter's CD entitled Uptown Conversation, and we heard something called 10 Strings here at America's Jazz Station, 88.1 KLON. Howard Ramsey and his Lighthouse All-Stars, Volume 6, is going to take us up to the top of the hour from a disc called Howard Ramsey All-Star Volume 6 off the Contemporary label. And a tune here called Who's Sleepy? KLON Jazz programming is transmitted coast to coast through the satellite facilities of Playboy Enterprises. This is America's Jazz Station, 88.1 KLON Long Beach, KRML Carmel 1410 AM, and KECG El Cerrito. It's straight up 3 o'clock.
This is KMHD Gresham, listener-supported public radio, 89.1 FM, the Jazz Station.
Lester Young, Teddy Wilson's Quintet. Lester Young, tenor sax, Teddy Williams played the piano, Gene Ramsey bass, and Joe Jones, the drummer. All of Me by Lester Young and Teddy Wilson. Then preceded that, trombone player Conrad Herwick, his Grammy-nominated CD here, Conrad Herwick with a lot of composition of John Coltrane. Conrad Herwick, the Latin side of John Coltrane, a lot of his composition. And we heard something called Naima by Conrad Herwick. And we started the 3 o'clock hour off with Michael Ruff and his trio. 2 a.m. is what he called this disc that was released in 1997, early 1997 to be correct. Michael Wolf and Jamaica Turnaround. Michael Wolf at the piano. Kristen McBride played the bass. Tony Williams, the drummer. John B. Williams played the bass. And Terry Lynn Carrington also played the drums on this disc called 2 a.m. Good morning to you. My name is Trent Cobbs. I'll be here with you until 6 o'clock this morning. I'm here with you every Saturday morning between the hours of 1 and 6 on the overnights. Grady Tate is going to carry on here. Grady Tate, Body and Soul is what he called this disc, recorded in 1992. I'm going to get into a tune here called It Might As Well Be Spring.
I'm as restless as a willow in a windstorm. I'm as jumpy as a puppet on a string. I'd say that I had spring fever, but I know it isn't spring. I am starry-eyed and vaguely discontented, like a nightingale without a song to sing. Oh, why should I have spring fever when it isn't even spring? I keep wishing I was somewhere else, walking down a strange new street, hearing words that I have never heard from a girl I've yet to meet. I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams. I'm as giddy as a baby on a swing. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing, but I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might as well be spring. I keep wishing I were somewhere else, walking down a strange
summer girl I've yet to meet. I'm as busy as a spider at daydream. I'm as giddy as a baby on a swing. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing, but I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might well be. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we're here together, it might well be spring.
Michelle Camilo is this from 1997, I believe it was, yeah. Through My Eyes is what he called the disc, and a tune called Point Sienna. Then before that, guitarist Mark Winfield. True Blue is what he called this disc on the Milestone label. Actually, Verb label, excuse me. The Verb label featuring Kenny Kirkland, Rodney Whitaker, Jeff Tain Watts, Bradford Marsalis, and Nicholas Payton. Save Your Love for Me. That's guitarist Mark Winfield, True Blue, title of his disc. And preceded that, classic music from Mr. Oliver Nelson. Oliver Nelson, The Blues and the Abstract Truth. So we heard from his disc on Impulse label, actually. We heard a tune called Stolen Moment, classic tune, with Oliver Nelson, alto and tenor, Eric Dawsey, alto and soprano, and Freddie Hubbard, trumpet, George Barron, baritone, Bill Evans at the piano, Paul Chambers, bass, and Roy Hayes played the drums. Oliver Nelson on his Impulse label, The Blues and the Abstract Truth. At America's Jazz Station, 88.1 KLON. Good morning to you. My name is Trent Cobb. And we started things off with Grady Tate from his disc, Body and Soul. And we heard a tune called It Might As Well Be Spring. Grady Tate at the vocals with Mark Lindsay, Cliff Johnson, Derek Rakowski, Hank Crawford, and Jerry Bollinger at the guitar. Grady Tate. We're going to carry on here with music from Billy Mitchell, the Billy Mitchell Group. Passion is what he called this latest disc, this brand new disc. We're going to get into a tune called The Creator Has a Master Plan. This was recorded live at Joseph's here in Los Angeles. Billy Mitchell and his band.